Hello, and welcome in, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well today. Welcome in, Opyrus. Congratulations, you're the first one to stream, and thank you for the 5 stream watch streak. I see that you missed a day at some point last week. Yeah, last week. But yes, um, today's plan: continue, please be happy. Because everyone seemed to enjoy that. I got a unanimous vote on Discord saying that people wanted me to continue. So, yeah, that is what we'll be doing today. Keep in mind, this is a visual novel, which means I will be doing a lot of reading. So, there won't be as much chat interaction, given the nature of how much I'm going to be already kind of mentally using the reading part of my brain. But on top of that, there's not much gameplay, so it's not super interesting to watch. But it's apparently what people want to see, so yeah. Today is Friday. Which means that we have the weekend without streams. So Monday will be the next stream after today. So yeah. Hello, Ray. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. But yeah, um, I'll continue with more of Please Be Happy today. I don't know if I'm gonna finish it today because we are in chapter 2 right now, and there are 5 chapters. There are multiple routes in this game, by the way. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 routes. There are 4 endings. Woke up feeling sick. Oof, I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, there are 4 different endings, it looks like. So, yeah. I will say, one thing that I want to do, if you follow me on Twitter, my base Twitter, um, I want to try and do art again. I haven't done proper art since October for the whole no worries, Ray. For the whole Inktober thing that happens. Turn this down just a bit more. The whole Inktober thing that happens, I did that. But I haven't really done art since. I want to start getting more into it. I mentioned that at the start of the year when I kind of went over the goals that I had. I wanted to get more art done. Let me see if I pull that up. Nope, not that folder. Where did it go? Here. It's in my art program. That's gonna take a while to open. But either way, so if you follow me on Twitter, I'm likely gonna try and do more of that. It is going to be pencil and paper. It's not going to be digital just yet, because I need to get back into the swing of doing characters before I can try and take that to digital. With that, if you see digital, it's likely going to be me doing the pencil and paper route, scanning it, and then going over it digitally. So, there's that. Um, yeah. I had in here practice drawing once a week, but that obviously didn't happen. We're already halfway through February. Um, let's see. How many of these did I actually get done so far? So, these were my goals at the start of 2024. Um, so far, I've got this going. That's a thing that is actively going. I try and post on Saturdays. So I do have a somewhat schedule there. At least one vid a month. Heh, that's already failed. Um At least one collab. Still time for that. Finish the ARG. That's actually going. That is being actively worked on. I have parts to it. I've made parts to it. Finish the Kirby series. We're on track to do that. We're very much so on track to do that. Practice drawing once a week. That's not happened. Then 2 albums. I am very, very creatively frozen when it comes to music. I'm gonna be completely honest. I tried. I tried multiple times within the last month and a half, and it just has not worked. But that's where my goals stand right now. Oops. But yeah. All right. Well, I think it's the right time. Without further ado, please be happy. Now keep in mind, my model may lag a bit during all of this. Because for whatever reason, this simple program wants to lag my PC. So I will pause that, go over to this. Should open, there we go. Is that showing up? Yes, it is. Awesome. Gonna close a few things. Bink and bink. That should be good. Any second now. There we go. Oh, options, log, save, no, load. That's the thing I want. All right. This is where we were. And we are going to the park to play tennis, it looks like. That is where we left off. After a few hours of sitting around at the library, I'm bored enough to take Lena up on her offer to play tennis. Fun fact, I actually used to play tennis on my high school tennis team. The only problem is I forgot to ask where and when. Sometime in the afternoon, I go to the Bell House, where an employee tells me both Aspen and Lena have left for the day. They give me directions to a place called Hitaitai? Hitaitai Park, which is where they say Lena mentioned before heading out. I follow their instructions and reach a big open area full of people on bikes, walking, or just sitting in the grass. I wander around looking for any sight of Lena or people playing tennis. Finally, I spot the courts and make my way over. out of the dozen or so people who are playing, it isn't hard to find Lena when I get there. Okay, I do need to turn this up just a bit. That should be good. I forgot that I needed to turn it up for this game. She runs back and forth, leaping and diving to hit the little green ball before it can touch the ground. She flaps her wings to keep from... Oops. So if I do scroll wheel down... Scroll wheel down hides dialogue. Scroll wheel up opens the log. Right click opens just the menu. Okay. There are some controls here that I didn't know about. She flaps her wings to keep from falling over when she does. Her partner, a tall boy with antlers on his head, looks exhausted. When he swings his racket, it looks like his arm might fall off at any second. When I get close enough, Lena notices me and stops mid-dive. Now that she's distracted, her partner takes the opportunity to hurry away, collapsing into the grass to rest. Wow, this game is chugging. Hold on, let me see. Graphics. Medium graphics. Let's see if that helps things. I don't bother telling her that I got help from one of her coworkers. Lena picks up the racket from nearby and offers it to me. It is still chugging, very much so. Let's do very low graphics. How does that look? That doesn't look bad. I mean, everything looks sketched as it is, so... But my VTube Studio is still chugging from it. Lena picks up a racket from nearby and offers it to me. Man, they don't even know how to play. I take my spot on the other side of the net, trying to imitate the way other people are standing. Lena drops the ball and then knocks it towards me. I watch carefully, and when it gets close enough, I swing. The ball goes soaring way over her head and falls in the grass out of sight somewhere. She serves the ball, and this time I just barely hit it over the net. Lena dives for it like before and sends it sailing back to me. The more we play, the easier it gets. Both of us miss the ball or knock it into the net a lot, but it's not too bad. Finally, even Lena gets tired and we take a break to drink some water. She thinks about it a bit, scrunching up her nose. Okay, I was gonna say, if she says, like, most of her life, I was gonna say, and you don't know the rules, but okay, about a week makes sense. Because if you're just getting into it, typically rules are the first thing you learn when you're learning a sport, but honestly, it's like, if you're learning on your own, it's better to learn how to hit the ball over the net before learning the rules of the game. The whole time we're talking, Lena keeps glancing away from me to watch the other players. I try to figure out what's so interesting, but can't. We get back on the court and play for a little bit longer, until the end of the hour. As everyone starts to pack up and leave, I follow Lena, who puts away our equipment. Ooh, this is very much so chugging. Much more than last time. It is causing my brain to be annoyed. Well, not annoyed, but like it's causing my brain to be weird. Here, let me close a bunch of stuff I don't need. Let's close that. Fuck it, I'll close those. I'll even close that. Okay. Just necessary things. Being outside is nice, and it was a good way to burn off some energy. Even while cleaning up, she's still distracted by someone or something else. When the other players walk past us on their way out of the park, Lena turns her head to watch one of them. I catch a snippet of conversation as the person Lena's watching, a dryad, goes by. Dryad? Dryad? Either way. Lena must hear too, because she instantly closes her eyes and puts her fingers against the sides of her head. She repeats the words to herself a few times, then her eyes snap back open. Oh boy, she's a people pleaser. I'm pretty lost, but maybe this is just how Lena works. I'm not sure if I want to commit, especially since Lena probably won't even remember me the next time we see each other. But playing tennis wasn't so bad, so I should at least keep my options open. Waving goodbye, Lena heads off down one of the paths. I take a different one that leads me out of the park and back to the library for the rest of the day. With a tiny ding, the toast pops up and I load it onto the plate with the other slices. I bring the dish over to the table. Whoo! That is chugging hard. Hold on, let me... Save. Yes. I'm going to, once again, try a different launching option. Trying a different launching option, seeing if maybe, just maybe, could get this working. Okay. You know, without chugging to the point where like my PC is going so slow that I can't do anything. Any second now. All right. Hopefully this works better. I bring the dish over to the table. Okay, well, the game is being played properly, but I am most certainly not. Why is this so... Like, the game's working perfectly. It's everything else that's going really slow. Here, let me try... That just looks bad, but... Even that is causing issues. Oh, maybe. Did that one work? It's going to be slightly lower quality, I guess. Oh, that's making my eyes hurt. But, if that's what we have to do. For whatever reason, this quality is the best quality for this. Is the quality good enough for you guys to see it properly? Because, like, it looks very slightly blurry on my end, which is annoying, but everything seems to be working on my PC when it's like this, so might as well. Once the table is set, the three of us sit. I've gotten more used to the routine of breakfast and know when to do things like pass the salt and pepper without being asked. Every morning so far we have the same thing, eggs and toast, but it's a lot tastier than convenience store food, and there are different spreads and fruits to change things up. Like usual, I'm the first one to finish eating, followed by Aspen, who stretches with a content sigh. Hello, hello, Star. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. The two of them saying this is part of the routine, too. Usually, Aspen would be getting up right now and leave for work, except this time she doesn't. She peers at me from over the rim of her cup as she sips her coffee. So, this whole interaction, could kind of imagine that's how, like, pets feel when their owner, like, doesn't have to go to work randomly one day. It's just like, okay, this is part of the schedule. They have to go to work, and, like, they have to leave for a while, and then they'll come back, and then all of a sudden they just don't leave, and it's like, what? You're supposed to be gone. What are you doing? Go, go, go. You're gonna be late. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. I have some stuff I want to talk about that this just reminded me of. So, I, the other day, came across an ADHD YouTube channel. Like YouTube Shorts, they repost from their TikTok, but since I don't have TikTok, you know how it is. And one of the things that I did not realize was an ADHD trait. I cannot do rough drafts. It is final product or nothing. Like, I was not aware that was an ADHD thing. Because, like, outlines, written rough drafts, I can't do it. It always needs to be the final product or I'm not doing it. So, like, anytime I'd do a rough draft and hand it in as a rough draft, I would essentially just, quote unquote, clean it up for the final product. I wouldn't actually edit it at all. So, I'm kind of seeing how much I actually have ADHD because a lot of the stuff is stuff that I didn't know was ADHD. She is very much so the type of she's a perfectionist. That's kind of what I'm seeing out of this. She's very much so a perfectionist who wants to get it perfect before sending it out. But it's never going to be perfect, and so yeah. Aspen clears her throat. Well, I glance over at Juliet, who's intently watching her tea as she stirs it. Oh man. Honestly, one of those things. Alright, let me. I'm kind of interjecting a lot of personal stories into this. Just because, it's my way of being able to talk about stuff without taking away from the actual story of the game and whatnot. So, I obviously did a lot of film stuff in school. I can't watch movies anymore. I can't sit and watch movies anymore. Because one of the things we had to do in film classes was we had to look at a film, watch the film, and go through all the different camera techniques and audio techniques that they did throughout the film. And so we would pick apart the film. My brain subconsciously does that now. I can't watch a film without subconsciously picking apart. So, it's not that I don't enjoy watching films, it's that, like, I can't watch too many because my brain subconsciously works the entire time. So, it's not for quote unquote enjoyment anymore. I can't just sit and relax to watch. Oh, let me dink, turn off that. But yeah, I can't sit and watch a film anymore. I watched so many in the span of 2 years. Let's see, how many did I watch and pick apart? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I I want to say I ended up watching around 12, 13 films for film classes. All in the span of 2 years. That is picking apart a film once every 2 months. Roughly. That's not even going into all the other videos, like short films. That's not going into the whole making your own films that you're constantly having to think about shots and stuff. So my brain just subconsciously starts to pick apart film techniques, which makes it really difficult to watch films now. Animated films, easier to watch because a lot of the camera techniques involved in those are animation based, so it's not a camera. But like I just don't care to watch films anymore because I don't like just sitting and picking them apart. Yep, indeed. Oh, it did two at once. Okay. She looks so tired of this. She's just like, I don't want to work. Helping around here doesn't sound bad at all. It doesn't sound very exciting either, but it's not like I found anything else I'd rather do instead. At least it's comfy in the library and super convenient. Having some money again would be nice too. It would be even better that there's no one trying to take it back. Juliet looks a little taken aback. Honestly, this is the sort of thing where, like, I would love to have a friend offer a job like this, where it's just like, oh yeah, I have a position open working under me on in this small business, and could work. I could pay you and like try it out, see what you thought, stuff like that. I would absolutely love that, but it is. Oh, it just says day 3. It doesn't say what day of the week it is. The two of them chat a little bit longer before Aspen leaves to go right and Juliet goes to bed. I stay mostly quiet, thinking to myself. A job. That's something I never envisioned having. I figured I'd keep stealing until... Until what exactly? I'm not too sure. Until I find my person, I guess. That goal has been all I've focused on for my entire life, but now spending time here in Wellington is actually making me plan out things out in advance. When I stop and think about the future, it's a lot of emptiness and mystery. It makes me realize just how little I have to fall back on. That's why doing all these normal things like getting a job could be good for me. I don't know what might be useful someday. As for my person, I'm still always thinking about them, and how could I find them? It's and how I can find them. That part hasn't changed. For now, I'll just go with the flow and see where it takes me. Alright, so we can go to the waterfront. We can go to Cuba Street for story-related stuff. Could also go to any of the other areas to just kind of walk around. But I'm going to say the waterfront. While trying to think of something to do, I suddenly remember the fishing lessons that Juliet told me about. I'm already pretty good at fishing as a fox, but it does have its downsides, like having to get all wet and ending up with scales in my teeth. I know some people go fishing for fun, so maybe I'd like that too. At the very least, it could be useful to know someday. Besides, it's not like I've got anything better to do. Down at the waterfront, there's a big crowd, like always. The merchant booths that Juliet pointed out to me have long lines and clusters of people in front of them. Right alongside the water, there are fishermen selling all kinds of fresh fish. The smell, mixed with the salty sea air, is making me hungry. I wander over to the spot that Juliet pointed out to me. Today, there's half a dozen people with fishing rods in their hands, lines out in the water. They're all spaced apart, and behind them is a man who's giving instructions. Oh, what was his name? Jacques? Something like that? I feel like he's a Jacques. I look closer. Sure enough, it's the man that I met on the mountain not too long ago who taught me what a kiwi is. He paces between the people fishing, adjusting their posture and giving them advice. There's another person helping him out, a younger guy who's untangling lines and preparing supplies. One of the fishermen waves at the instructor for help. Kim. It was Kim. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim practically skips over and shows the person how to send out their line. He bounces around between the group before he spots me and gives me a big hearty wave. Again, it's so weird, like, just the aspect that, like, doing stuff as an animal is so normalized in this culture that you don't, like, think about it. And it's just kind of like, yeah, I usually fish with my teeth, but I've never done it as a human. And then they just blow right by it as if it's not important. Like, I get it's a part of the culture, but it's so weird to see. And, like, I think that's great writing to the point where it's like, it doesn't take you away from anything, but like when you really sit and think about it, it's like it's so nonchalant, just like, oh yeah, I'm a fox. That's it. I'll take a spot on the pier and face the water. Mr. Kim goes through how to hold the rod, how to put bait on the hook, and finally how to cast. Once he's done explaining, he steps back to give me some space. I do my best to copy everything he showed me, and then with a flick of my wrists, I cast my line out to the sea. Oh, it makes me so sad that he's not like a mainstay character who's just... because he's just gonna forget her through all of this. He laughs, and I'm reminded of the first time we met up on the mountain. Yep. Patience is a virtue, other than luck being more important, and we know I have neither. Mr. Kim goes to check on the others while I stand there waiting. It doesn't seem like anyone else is getting bites, so at least it's not just me. Suddenly, one of the other fishers yells with excitement. They frantically start to reel in their catch. All of us gather around to watch. They plant their feet firmly, reeling back with all their strength, but it's clear that the fish is fighting back. Mr. Kim also grabs the rod, and together the two of them manage to land their catch. Okay, I just want to mention, this character here, I feel like reminds me of, like, I don't know. This character reminds me of someone. But I couldn't tell you who. You know? Like, it almost reminds me of, like, Wally from Pokemon. The green-haired... Not gonna say that on Twitch. Or YouTube. Looks like... I don't know. Everyone, including myself, gasps as a fish breaks through the surface, its red scales shining in the sunlight. Mr. Kim lets go so the fisher can admire their prize. My stomach rumbles just from watching. Unfortunately, after a few more minutes of waiting for my own fish, I still don't get any bites. Finally, it's time to pack up and head home. Mr. Kim catches me before I can leave the pier. I so want the Gumiho curse to just, like, be able to be stopped. I want Mr. Kim to remember her, because he's such a sweet guy. In the end, it was a lot of just standing around. What he said about needing patience makes sense, but if I'm looking for something fun to do, then I'm not sure if this was exciting enough. But it was kind of relaxing, and I do still think it would be useful to learn. Either way, I'm glad I came and checked this place out. Now to go see if Juliet keeps any seafood in the fridge at the library. Once we finish eating breakfast, Juliet drums her finger on the table, looking thoughtful. Okay, it's morning on Thursday. I like how the shore was so energetic, and I'm sure that's the actual, like, expression that they wanted out of that, but, like, she just looks like she doesn't want to do it. I hadn't really thought about the books. To me, they're all the same, but I guess that wouldn't be true for everyone else. Right now, I have the place memorized in the same way you'd memorize a battlefield. What places are out of sight, how to get in and out, and anything else that might be useful. I don't think there are many battles that would happen in here, so Juliet's tour would probably be more helpful. I was gonna say, that has no relevance to her work, but, like, it does, I guess. Anything that makes it easier for me to make things up is fine by me. The three of us head to the entrance. Honestly, it's the sort of thing right now where it's like I almost would want like some sort of mini game of just like trying to get books in the right places, but that's not going to happen because this is not one of those types of games. Juliet leads us into the actual rows of shelves. I stare down the books as I pass by, committing as many details to memory as I can. Even if I can't read the words, I can try to remember the colors and shapes and covers. I want Miho to learn how to read. We head over to another area. Yeah, no, I've never really been the biggest fan of nonfiction. Like, if I'm gonna read, I want to read and be in a different world where, like, I don't have to worry about anything that's happening in real life. In a shady corner near Aspen's favorite table, Juliet taps a small sign hanging on one of the shelves. We go around the whole library like this, with Juliet and Aspen pointing out all the other sections. Finally, we come to a stop back at the desk where we started. By the end, my head feels like it's spinning, and I know that I won't be able to remember everything as hard as I try. But I do feel like I've gotten a better feeling for this place. At the very least, I could show someone where to find the restrooms. If I'm going to do this, I may as well try my best. Maybe something good will come from it, and if not, I can always just leave. Juliet heads upstairs while Aspen and I go back to the shelves. She leads the way to the fiction section, which is easy to remember since it's the biggest. Aspen runs a finger across the books as we move down the aisle. I see her scanning the titles before she stops and taps the spine of one. I can't imagine rereading the same book every year. Like, the closest I'd be able to get to rereading the same book every year is probably I would have to. My best bet would be a manga, probably, that I like. I have a bunch of books above my PC setup, so that's why I was looking up. That description definitely isn't what I was expecting. Yeah, it's like romantic tragedies like Romeo and Juliet. A lot of people come back to it because it's like a telling story of love and loss sort of thing, and it's like, you know. Just shifting around some stuff real quick. There we go. I follow Aspen to the other side of the room where there are a couple smaller racks of books near the center. Or corner. That's pottery. She clears her throat. The book she selects looks old, very old. It has a green cover that looks like that's rough like a oh. The book she selects looks old, very old. It has a green cover that's rough like a lizard skin, with the letters being faded gold. She clears her throat again, even though it's only been a few seconds since the last time. I barely heard past the first line. Yep. She reads me the rest of it, which ends up being pretty long. It's kind of hard to follow, but imagining the fields and towers that she talks about is nice. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've been to Camelot before. Some of the details in the poem aren't quite right. Anyway, even if I don't really understand the poem, it's nice to listen to Aspen reading it. Plus, there's no way I'll forget what that book looks like. Hmm, maybe not the best idea to try and count out how many books you've read. The book she takes me to is laid out flat on an end table where more people can see it rather than on a shelf. Peter Pan. You know, that is really like, I guess when you really get down to it, like, Peter Pan as a story is very much so a like telling tale of like the dangers of immortality sort of thing. Where it's just like, you know, you never really, I mean, I guess Disney's version is a romanticized version of immortality, but like really thinking about it, it's like Peter Pan as a story really tells you like how you really don't want to be immortal. It's not a good thing to be immortal. I sit down in one of the chairs. Since it seems like Aspen wants to have a conversation, may as well get comfy. Aspen sits down too, fidgeting with the strap of her purse. Her hands stop moving while she thinks. Yep. I'm sure you can figure out where this is going. She sure asks a lot of questions, and they jump around topics so much too. I don't really mind, but I have to try hard to even remember the answers. All the places I've seen and days I've spent have mostly blurred together in my head. People in white suits bouncing around. Would that be K-pop? I feel like that might be K-pop. Aspen gasps. She dashes a hand to her forehead in disbelief. Ah. That makes sense. I was thinking white suits like tuxedo suits, not yeah. Fucking hell, Miho. Oh, I love Miho so much. You know, that would be really interesting concept, trying to explain the moon landing to someone who doesn't know how to read. Like, who is not dumb, but like very unknowledgeable of things that happen. Damn, she old. Yeah, no, that's fair. She shakes her head. Alfredo? Like, I just want to say the setting for this is a bit awkward, cause like the technology and stuff feels very not steampunk, but like post medieval. Like it feels very fantasy esque. But yet the moon landing happened. You'd think there would be more technology around. Although I guess there is just a computer sitting on the reception desk, so I don't know, everything feels so fantasy, I guess. After checking her phone, Aspen stands back up. To tell the truth, I'm always a bit relieved when someone else ends the conversation for me. I never know how to do it myself. Mood. I wave goodbye as Aspen goes off to her table by the window, pen in hand. Within moments, she's hunched over her notebook writing. Ah, damn, I can't go back up to the kid. Alright, Lena, what do you have? Oh, yeah, the trees. Since I don't have anything better to do, I decided to head back to the park to see Lena. Aspen told me where and when I could find her, although we both know that Lena won't have any idea who I am. Making sure that I see Aspen and Juliet every day is hard enough as it is. Although I like Lena, I don't think I could put in the effort to have her remember me too. Maybe if she started coming by the library in the mornings like Aspen does, although I'm pretty sure that's the last thing Aspen would ever want to happen. I go back to the park where we play tennis and wander around searching for Lena. It takes a bit longer since I'm not looking for something as obvious as a tennis court, but I finally find her in a group of people near some trees. All of them, including her, have shovels in their hands and are working on digging holes. Finally, something I'm good at, although compared to tennis, it looks more like a punishment than a hobby. Walk over to Lena, who's barely made a dent in the ground. She waves when she sees me, but not in a familiar way. Oh, that's so sad. I think. She says the second part like she's reading off a sign or label. Lena points over at someone that I sort of recognize, the dryad that Lena was watching when we played tennis. Since I'm here, I may as well give it a shot, so I follow her instructions and walk over. Cyrus holds out a shovel in one hand and a small bucket with a tree in the other. I take them, doing my best not to drop the sapling. Yeah, he's tired. He starts to walk away, but then pauses. Uh, I have a feeling they like each other, but neither of them wants to approach the other. This time, he really does leave, walking around to check the progress everyone is making. Now that I'm all set up, I take the things he gave me and go back to where Lena is. Of course Lena would race. Before I can respond or even think about it, Lena starts furiously hacking at the ground. Dirt flies like when I was building my den. I watch her for a second and then start my own. I don't really want to compete with Lena, so I go at my own pace. It's a little awkward. I could do this in seconds as a fox, but using a shovel feels strange and inefficient. Muscles I don't even know I have start to feel sore. Only a few minutes later, Lena sprawls on the ground in exhaustion. She's only halfway done at best. While she's laying there, Cyrus comes around on one of his inspections. He stops and examines both of our handiwork. Lena leaps to her feet, using her wings to propel herself into a standing position. The blush! I don't know if you can see it because of streaming, but like, she has a very faint blush on her cheeks. It's so... Ah! Before our eyes, Lena starts to attack the ground again, even faster than when she was started racing me. Dirt sails over our heads as she tosses it away from herself, with some of it falling onto Cyrus's head. He looks strangely resigned. Again. Fucking hell, Lena, don't go hurting yourself. Lena asks questions without stopping her work. As he begins to leave, Cyrus puts a hand on my shoulder. I tense up, but manage to not shake it off. I nod, and Cyrus walks away. As soon as he's out of earshot, Lena comes to a halt. Bruh. Fucking hell, Lena. Don't. No. Lena, stop. Oh, man. I'm not entirely sure we're having the same conversation. I decide to try a different approach. Yeah, that was obvious. For the first time ever, Lena looks around after speaking, like she's worried someone might have heard her. That explains why I didn't understand. Actually, fair. She sighs and her wings droop. Ballet. Ballet. Interesting. The one thing I know for sure is that it sounds complicated. Good luck, Lena. The two of us go back to shoveling dirt, and eventually we go deep enough that we can plant the sapling Cyrus gave us. I carefully set mine in the ground and then cover it back up with the same way I've seen other people doing. When it's time to wrap up, Cyrus makes one last trip around, collecting shovels and handing out water bottles. When he reaches us, he nods approvingly. I gulp down the water he gives me and just a few swigs. On the other hand, Lena still seems a little dejected. She doesn't even try to talk to Cyrus before he leaves. When the two of us part ways, she just gives me a half-hearted wave. I'm not even sure what she'll be doing next time, much less when or where. Maybe Aspen will tell me about it again. Digging holes wasn't exactly something I'd want to do a second time, but planting a tree was satisfying, and I'm kind of curious to see how things go with Lena and Cyrus, if they go at all. Lena's kind of a lot, as Aspen says, but she's nice. I hope everything works out for her, at least. Looking around, I notice that I'm the only one left, so I toss my empty bottle in a recycling bin and start making my way back. I could try fishing again. What's the difference between these two symbols here? Screw it. We'll go fishing again. I decide to give fishing another try. Last time wasn't very successful, but maybe I'll have more luck today. When I get to the fishing spot, I see a few familiar faces. Mr. Kim is there, of course, dancing around between the students. This time he notices me right away. So, I guess the only thing at this point I could see the curse of quote unquote, like the quote unquote curse of being forgotten would be good for is all those first time freeze sort of scenario. Where it's like, oh, your first lesson is free, sort of thing. That's really the only way I could see it being a positive thing. But honestly, like, I don't know. It's very sad that, like, you know, Mr. Kim right there just kind of reminded saying, hey, is that a new face I see? I don't know who you are. It's kind of sad to kind of realize that that would just be her life. Like, in its entirety, just nothing other than, oh, hey, I've never seen you before. How are you? Who are you? Like, I don't know. It's just sad. Let me take a drink or something, because my mouth is starting to get a bit dry from all the talking. I will say, there's a lot more dialogue today than there was yesterday. Or not yesterday, the other day, which is a good thing. Because that means I can rest my voice a lot more. But it's already starting to kind of, you know, it's already starting to kind of hurt a bit. Not hurt, but like it's starting to give a bit. Which is, I'm going to say, I won't do visual novels much. Because this is very taxing on my voice. And also my brain, because my brain is reading words and they no longer seem real. But I'm enjoying it. So if you want to see more of these, like, I'll try and find some. Like, I would do Doki Doki Literature Club, but I don't know. Because I know the twists in that game, it's not very... I won't say it's not very enjoyable, but, like, I don't know. It's just not anything special anymore to watch. So, anyway, I take a spot on the pier while he brings me the same equipment as last time. It didn't seem that difficult last time, but when I try to recreate what I did before, I end up getting a little confused. The string had gotten all tangled on itself. No self-respecting fish is going to be interested in that. Bruh. He laughs at his own joke as he comes over and quickly undoes the knot. It takes some time, but eventually I'm ready. Fortunately, I remembered the next part better. I stand like he showed me, hold the rod like he showed me, and let the line fly. I watch it excitedly as it sails overhead and splashes into the water. I just smile in response. With my problem solved, Mr. Kim goes off to assist someone else, while I turn my attention back to the sea. I'm ready. No fish will be getting away from me today. The instant I feel a tug, I will be reeling it in, just like that other person when I came here before. Just gotta wait. And wait. And wait. Mr. Kim pops up seemingly out of nowhere. You know? That hits. Well, he's got me there. I nod and keep waiting, but I can feel the boredom sinking in. I was willing to give fishing a second chance, but if it's just gonna be like this every time, then I probably won't be coming back. Suddenly, I feel the fishing pole jerk in my hands. It takes me by surprise, and I almost let go, but manage to hold on tight. Right, reel it in. To do that, my head is spinning as I try to remember what to do. Meanwhile, the reel is spinning as the fish, my fish, tries to get away. It smacks my hand, jolting my memory. I grab it and start turning it the other way, pulling the rod towards myself as I do. I can feel the fish, still out of sight, struggling against me. All the time I spent waiting has made me extra determined. I plant my feet firmly and keep reeling. Gradually, the line gets tighter and tighter until finally the fish breaks through the water, dangling on the other end. I bring the fish in to where I can see it more closely. It's not as big as the fish I watched get caught last time, but it's not tiny either. Just down the pier, someone else is reeling in a catch too. Maybe he's asking how I plan to cook it. Mr. Kim laughs. Behind him, the person who just caught something takes a picture of their prize and then tosses it back into the water. I look at the fish I caught, its tail flapping gently. There's a mark on its mouth that doesn't look natural. I point to it so Mr. Kim can see. He only has to glance at it. A scar. So he's been caught before and either got away or was released. It's up to me to decide if his luck runs out or not. Sighing, I unhook the fish and toss it back into the water, where it instantly swims down and out of sight. If I was hungry, it'd be a different story, but my belly is full and Juliet just went shopping, so there's plenty of food at home. So I figured I may as well let this one go. Walking up beside me, Mr. Kim looks out to the sea. I'm not sure how useful it is to have a fish owe me a favor, but I know what Mr. Kim means. I hand him back the fishing pole and box of lures that he gave me. I wave and head back up the pier. I wish there was some way to, like, not have people forget her, because this is just kind of getting sad. After another day spent entertaining myself around town, I decide to take Aspen's advice and ask Juliet about a TV. The light is on in Juliet's study, meaning she's in there. I knock on the door and get an instant response. The study hasn't changed at all since I was here a couple of days ago, except that there aren't any bats in the corner this time. It's just me and her. I'm a little bit worried about how to do this. Usually I just take something I want. Lately I've started saying yes when people offer me things, but going in and just asking for something? Well, I'll have to do it sometime. I don't want to say I'm bored. What if she thinks I'm blaming her, or ungrateful? I bite my lip trying to think of a better way to put it, but she seems to have read my mind. I follow behind her out of the office. Juliet takes me down one of the hallways I've never been down, and where I don't think I've ever seen the lights turned on. We pass by several doors. We stop in front of one door, indistinguishable from the rest. It's not locked. Juliet just opens it normally. Inside is dark and dusty, the window is covered with heavy curtains that don't let any light in. In other words, what you'd expect from a vampire's house. There's tons of junk leaning against the walls, like some faded bicycles and a dresser that's missing a drawer. Juliet points, and I see what she's looking at. There's a TV in one corner with its cords wrapped around itself in a thick blanket of dust. We both walk over, and I wipe some of the dust away. It immediately blows into my face. Oh, the cute sneezes. Still, I back a few steps away. Much more carefully than me, Juliet cleans off the TV. Juliet effortlessly lifts the TV up and begins to carry it to my room. I know from plenty of experience that TVs aren't exactly easy to lift. Now the question is this a flat screen TV? And is Miho thinking of tube TVs? Because that would be two entirely different weights. Again. Okay, it is a tube TV. I hurry after her, arriving at my room just as she sets the TV down in the corner and plugs it in. She presses the power button, and with a soft buzz, it comes to life. It's kind of slow, but she manages to explain all the different buttons and what they do and how to use the remote. It doesn't seem that complicated, but also I've never learned how to do it either. Once we make sure I'm not going to die or anything, Juliet leaves me on my own with it. I change through the channels, getting an idea for what there is. There are some channels with cartoons, which I know are meant for kids. There are also some shows with real people in them, but they don't make much sense to me. Maybe if I watch them from the beginning. There are also plenty of ads. I recognize more products than I do shows. That probably has more to do with my lifestyle than anything else, though. Even flipping through stations constantly, I do find myself having much more fun than if I was just napping or walking around. I see why some humans do this all day. Eventually, I go back to one of the cartoon channels. Even if they're for kids, they're easier to follow along with. I pick one and leave it running, climbing into bed to watch. I end up spending a few hours watching until I fall asleep that night. Having something else to follow along with and think about is a nice distraction from having my own doubts and worries creep up on me. Mood, and that's why I use YouTube. If this is what a normal life is like, then maybe it's something I could get used to after all. Back to Lena. During a conversation with Aspen, she told me about what Lena's next adventure would be, an outdoor painting class. When that time rolls around, I decide to go check it out. Just like the other activities I've tried with Lena, it'll be happening in the park. When I arrive, I don't even have to look around. The class is right next to the entrance. The group is bigger than the ones for tennis and tree planting. Everyone has a big canvas and on a stand in front of them, and there are a bunch of paints and brushes in the middle. Lena is easy to find like always, and I see Cyrus on the other side of the crowd, away from her. It seems like he's not the one in charge today. A friendly person in a paint-covered apron sees me arrive and helps me choose a canvas and some art supplies, and then sends me to find a spot. Naturally, I head over to where Lena is. Oh, man. I take a peek at what Lena's been working on. It doesn't seem like there's a particular topic, so everyone's painting is different. Lena's painting a picture of a young swan with a pink flower on its head. It's surprisingly great. There's a bunch of different sized brushes and a variety of colors. Having so many options to choose from makes it harder, not easier, to decide. Maybe I should go for something simple, like a tree. Choosing a brush and a shade of brown, I get to work. My tree is mostly done by now. It's not very detailed, and it doesn't look like any tree I've ever seen in real life, but at least I can tell what it's supposed to be. When the instructor says to choose a partner, I instinctively turn to Lena, preparing to ask her, but of course she's looking over in Ceres' direction. I sigh to myself. It'll mean I have to partner up with a stranger, but as far as Lena's concerned, she and I are already strangers, so it shouldn't make that much of a difference. Lena jumps in shock. She taps her chin. I'm guessing Aspen. I watch as Lena goes up to Cyrus and talks to him, too far away for me to hear. I guess it must work out because they soon set up their canvases facing each other. Unfortunately, watching them means that I missed out on my chance to find a partner. When I look around, everyone else has matched up with someone. That's more than fine with me, but unfortunately, the instructor comes over and invites me to partner up with her, which I grudgingly accept. For the next little while, I struggle to make something that resembles the woman across from me. This would be a lot easier if she looked like a tree. Okay, that's a funny line. I like that. After 10 or 15 minutes, she claps her hands to get everyone's attention. While everyone gets to that, she brings her canvas over to show me. It's definitely me. My tail is fluffier in real life, and my ears aren't that big, but I can still recognize myself. I turn the canvas so she can see the results. Compared to the painting she made, I'm kind of embarrassed to share. Still, she smiles at it. The actual talking is very soft. So that's not stream audio being quiet there. That is game audio being quiet there. The moment the instructor and I are done talking, someone taps me on the shoulder. I turn around to see Lena. Secretly, I just think to myself about how I'm getting paired up with another good artist. The instructor blows the whistle to signal the start, and Lena and I both get to work. I know she can't have forgotten me that quickly. Using a few shades of pink and white, I managed to paint something that looks passable close to Lena's clothes. If I squint a little, at least. In the middle of a brushstroke, Lena suddenly drops her brush in horror. Leaving the paintbrush in the grass, Lena closes her eyes and puts her fingers to the sides of her head like she did back at tennis. She must do that for at least a minute, but while I just keep working on my painting, it looks more like Lena than the last one that... It looks more like Lena than my last one looked like the painting instructor, but I already know her wings are going to give me trouble. Well, Miho can directly ask. And then from there, neither of them will remember her, so they won't remember who asked to get mad. She makes a few gestures that remind me of charades, but I have no idea what she's trying to say. I'm not even motivated by that, because it's not like she'll remember long enough for me to ever cash it in. I just want to see what happens. It still isn't great, but I like the way some parts of it turned out. Looking down at her own canvas, Lena frowns. Lena forgot to paint her, so she doesn't have a physical representation of Miho for when the clock rolls over for forgetting her. I have a feeling that's how they're going to combat the forgetting thing. Having a physical manifestation there of proof of Miho's existence. But because Lena forgot to paint Miho, Lena isn't going to remember. That is my guess. I walk over to Cyrus as fast as I can without being self-conscious about it. Fortunately, he was distracted with something himself, so he's still on his own. Yep. I appreciate the honesty. That's great. Both of us set up our canvases. I feel a little more in my comfort zone painting Cyrus. At the same time, I try to think about how to do what Lena asked. Yep, they like each other. He makes some vague hand gestures that eventually turns into a shrug. No, I don't. I rub my ears to recover from the sound before waiting for Cyrus to continue. Cyrus spins his canvas around to reveal. I can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He's just as bad at painting as I am. I show him my equally unimpressive work. It's messy and scattered. Oh my god, fuck, I love this game. Oh man, this whole line is just so funny for whatever reason. I want to press him on what he was going to say because this is the second time he's almost asked me about Lena, then changed his mind. Before I can ask though, Lena herself comes hurrying over, carrying her canvas. She walks up and shoves it into Karis' hands before he can even react. Immediately, she zips off back the way she came. He holds the portraits out at arm's length where you can see it. I move behind him to get a good view as well. Just like Lena's picture of the swan, her picture of Cyrus is really good. It shows him looking thoughtful as he works on his own painting, biting his lip in concentration. There's a lot of detail in his eyes and face, and on the leafy vein that runs up his neck. The two of us look around to try and find Lena, but she's nowhere to be seen. She must have left right away, or she's hiding somewhere. Cyrus just shakes his head, still looking at the painting. All of us, minus Lena, help the instructor clean everything up, with some people taking home their portraits and others tossing them. Cyrus and I say goodbye to each other, but we never talk any more about Lena. Still, even if it's a while before we hang out again, I have a feeling I haven't heard the last of this. That whole section was so funny for no reason. There was no reason it needed to be that funny. And back to the waterfront. I'm just going to keep going to the waterfront, I think. Feeling bored, I head down to the waterfront and Mr. Kim's fishing lessons. This will be the third time that I've gone. I was prepared to give up last time, but actually catching a fish was a lot more satisfying than I thought it would be. I'm sure I'll keep doing it in the future too. I guess that makes it one of my hobbies at this point. At the very least, it's been better than just wandering around town. When I get there, I'm surprised to find the fishing spot is empty, other than Mr. Kim himself. He's sitting on a folding chair with a sandwich in one hand and a book in the other. He sets both down as he notices me arriving. Nice. Now that I know what to do, I don't really need Mr. Kim to walk me through it each time. I should be fine on my own. I attach a lure and then cast my line out into the water. Since there's not much else to do, I look out at the sea while I wait. It's been a long time since I've been on a ship or even a boat. A long time ago, they were the best way to get around, but ever since they started being airships going all over the world, I sneak onto those instead. You know, when she says airships, I imagine like, blimp like airships, like, but it's entirely possible that her saying airships just means literally airplanes. Although I guess there's floating islands. And then the underworld sort of thing. Although I guess if Gumiho are considered demons, maybe, I don't know. Different possibilities. While I'm standing there reflecting, Mr. Kim comes up beside me. Like usual, he takes a moment to laugh at his own joke. Oh, the way Mr. Kim says it sounds dramatic. He winks, giving me a big thumbs up. I try to picture it in my head. That's a lot of water. Hello, hello, no fun. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. We're just playing Please Be Happy, which is a visual novel. It's fun. There are some moments to it. But essentially, big story. Everyone forgets her a day after they meet, where, like, for example, this whole interaction in 24 hours, this guy will not remember her. But if she shows up in 12 hours, that'll restart the 24-hour timer. And that's kind of how this game is. That's essentially the main, like, aspect to this game. Mr. Kim talks to me about fish and fishing for a while longer, until it's time for me to head off. Although I didn't catch anything again today, I still liked hearing those stories, so it wasn't a waste of time. At the end, he invites me to come back and fish any time, whether it's a lesson or not. I promise to take him up on his offer, even though I know he won't remember it. Like an hour now. Do you have found your YouTube stream randomly? Well, I'm glad you could come by. I like to see this king too. I'd like to see this king too. There are still a couple of months before he'll be here, so that's plenty of time for me to get better at fishing. With that new goal in mind, I head back home, already looking forward to returning. After having dinner and saying goodnight, I head upstairs and get ready for bed. As I flick off the lights and start to leave the restroom, something in my reflection catches my attention. My bead is glowing slightly. Just barely, it's so faint that I can only notice it in the darkness. Removing the necklace, I inspect it more closely. They're warm, not just my magical bead, but the regular ones next to it, too. Not as warm as when I use my transformation magic, but enough that after hundreds of years of carrying them, I can detect the difference. I'm not sure what it means. Everything about my magic has always been a mystery to me, really. Some things, like transforming, I just knew how to do instinctively from the beginning. But other than the fact that my bead always comes back to me, no matter where I leave it, I don't know much about it. Returning to my room, I brush my hair to the side and put the necklace back on. I don't have to wear it when I sleep, but it feels more uncomfortable not having it on. Like something's missing. When I climb into bed, I pull the covers up to my chin, like always, rather than transforming, and I just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow is my first day of work. Never in a few hundred years had I expected that thought to ever cross my mind. Lying here, in the place that I've started to think of as home, the idea doesn't seem that scary. And I'm a bit nervous, but I'm excited too. Maybe I'll be really good at it. It'd be nice to be good at something other than thieving. As my eyes begin to get heavy, it occurs to me that usually I'd have changed into a fox by now. Except for the first night when I was too tired, I've spent all my nights here in that form. But tomorrow, I'm taking another big step into people life, so it feels more appropriate to stay this way. Rolling onto my side, I face out the window as I let myself succumb to sleep, with the gentle warmth of my beads against my neck. Interesting. I wonder why the bead, like, lighting up is important. The morning of my first day of work, I wake up extra early, at least an hour before Aspen will be here. I creep through the house so Juliet can't hear me, and slip out the front door. Outside, it's wet. I don't know if it's rain or just morning dew. There's more dark than sunlight still, but I can already see that the clouds overhead are gray. Just 2 weeks ago, now that would have been a cause for concern. Now it's barely worth thinking about. I have somewhere warm to go back to. I start walking, taking a familiar path. Has it really only been 2 weeks? I feel like I've done more living in the past few days than in all the years before them. Every day something new, and every evening something secure. It's a life I could have only ever dreamed about. It scares me how fast I've slipped into it. I spent my whole life alone. I devoted my entire existence to keeping it that way. But now, ever since meeting Aspen and Juliet, I'm not sure I like being on my own quite as much. It feels like I'm losing part of myself, my armor, my defense mechanism. Like I'm getting weaker, and maybe that's true, but also, maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay to let myself be a little more vulnerable. Just a little. There's no one else to be seen on Mount Victoria as I make my way up the path. Instead of going straight to the top, I veer off into the underbrush. I haven't been back to my den since Juliet came and found me. I haven't forgotten the way, though. All the rain since then has done a number on the den. It's barely recognizable since most of it collapsed into mud. In other words, it hasn't changed much since the last time I was here. Overhead, the birds chirp in the trees. Maybe they're the ones I fed before. It doesn't stop them from asking. Half-heartedly, I try scooping away some of the mud from the mouth of the den, but more just slides down, erasing my progress. Then one of the walls collapses even more, making things worse. It's well and truly ruined. That's okay, though. I don't think I'll be coming back here. Just 2 weeks ago, this was all I had. Now it doesn't feel like anything. Maybe that's okay, too. I turn about to head back to the main path where there's a rustle of a branch and something comes out of the brush. She walks confidently for a fox. She trots right out of the bushes and crosses in front of me, then freezes me mid-step. Her fur is pure silver, except for a patch of black across her face and paws. We lock eyes. Instinctively, I can feel myself prepare to transform so I can greet her as a fox. But I hesitate. Is that still my place? I'd be lying if I called myself a fox now, at least fully. I relax, not having noticed how tense I was. My beads also go cold, although they barely started to heat up. I say it as a person instead, same as when greeting the birds. At the sound of my voice, the fox turns tail and runs. She doesn't give it a second thought. 1 second she's there, and the next she's almost out of sight. I can feel a pull in my chest telling for me to run after her. I'm sure I could still catch her if I tried. Of course I don't. I'm not the kind of person who goes chasing after foxes anymore. Instead, I watch her disappear. It doesn't take long. Not even the grass rustles behind her. I'm sure I'll still transform into a fox in the future. I love it too much not to, but I have to set some boundaries for myself. Watching her go fills me with a pang of longing, but also confidence. I'm making a choice to live this way. Even if I regret it later, at least the thought about it. At least I'm trying. I make my way back to the trail and up to the top of Mount Victoria. Coming up here never ceases to amaze me. No matter the weather or time of day, the view is always stunning. Right now, it's just me and the breeze. I close my eyes and spread my arms out, letting the wind ripple through my hair and jacket. For a moment, I just let myself go and appreciate how it feels to exist, to be alive and enjoying the breeze. I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? Slowly, I open my eyes again, looking out over the city spread before me. The first time I came up here, I thought it felt kind of small. After all, I can see the whole thing from here. Give me a minute. I'm going to relax my voice. Going to also take a drink and such. Honestly, it's just kind of my general thoughts on the game. It's fun. In the same way most visual novels are fun. It's kind of just a story. It's an interesting premise, and I love the way that it's written. Because it's written from the point of view of someone who gets forgotten. It's written from the point of view of someone who doesn't really know how things work. So you're learning along with the character how the world works and how different things interact, as well as kind of getting that feeling. Because it's like, you kind of saw it with me and like the whole Lena and Cyrus and then Mr. Kim, like that longing for wanting to be remembered by them. And that feeling of like hurt when they say, "Oh, it's a new face." Like that feeling of like, "Ah, shit." Like and so you start to get that feeling with the character as well. So the writing is really good for what it's trying to do, and I really like it. And it has its funny moments, and it's, a deep story. I enjoy it. But now it strikes me how big it is, how big and how full. There are more people than there are buildings, and there are plenty of buildings, humans and fabled, all alive and existing. Up until now, it's been easy for me to forget that people exist just like I do, that they have thoughts and feelings and things that they want, rather than just being problems to solve or obstacles to avoid. Now, I can't help but notice just how alive the world around me is, even at this early hour. I may be alone up here, but there's plenty of activity down in the city. I fumble around in my pockets until I find the right sized coin and feed it into the binoculars nearby. She actually knows what they're called. I scan over the city, looking for anything that I recognize. Finding the fishing spot is easy, since all I have to do is follow the coast. The whole pier is already covered in fishermen. From there, I manage to find the bell house. Its windows are dark, and it doesn't stand out much. I wonder if Aspen will be the first one there again today. After the bell house, I aim the lens at the library. The windows are dark there too, of course, including the window to my room. I pause on that image, just my window framed in the middle of the lens. From all the way up here, I can spot a tiny little place that I can call my own. I stare at it until the shutter clicks and the view goes dark. Just 2 weeks ago, I stood up here and wondered if I'd be better off leaving. I'm glad that I have an answer to that now. I turn around and begin the long walk home. The library is still dark when I get back, but I can hear the low murmur of conversation from the kitchen. I step through the doorway. As I step through the doorway, I find both Aspen and Juliet already seated at the table waiting for me. Breakfast is already cooked, too. There's a lot more food than usual. Aspen shakes her head, pouring herself a cup of coffee as I sit down. Aspen scoops a tiny scoop of sugar into her coffee and stirs it. Wait, is that how you're supposed to do it? I'll have to remember in case Juliet ever makes me drink tea again. I forgot about that. So, for reference, if you weren't here yesterday, Miho was offered tea with sugar and with like sugar cubes, and so she just takes 2 cubes of sugar, just pops them in her mouth. Both of us look at Aspen expectantly. She bites her lip and tries to hide her smile behind her cup of coffee as she takes a sip. I love that when you first meet Aspen, you think, oh, she's a really, like, clumsy, sort of, you know, like, sweet individual, and then you actually start to get to know her, and she's just incredibly sarcastic. I love it. There's the usual eggs and toast and fruit, but there's also pancakes and hash browns, too. I do occasionally have my own thoughts, you know. Oh, I love that so much. We all fill our plates and start to eat. Breakfast is as delicious as always. The pancakes are still warm and dripping with melted butter and syrup, and the hash browns are nice and crispy. Sometimes that's because they were leftovers I scavenged, but sometimes even when they're fresh. Oh, I fucking love this game. As tasty as they are, there ends up being more food than I can eat. I force myself to finish the pancakes, even though I'm full by the time I'm halfway done with them, because I don't want Aspen to take it personally, but eventually I have to throw my fork down in defeat. The three of us start to clear away the dishes, and I start to feel a little apprehensive as opening time draws near. I've spent enough time in the library to know I don't need to worry too much, but I can't help but be anxious. There are a lot of little details to remember, not just which books go where, but stuff like names and special requests too. I already know I'm not going to be the fastest, since I'll have to just copy words and see which ones match instead of being able to read them. With all the practice and memorization I've done, I'm as ready as I'll ever be. So instead of dwelling on it, I make myself focus on rinsing the dishes, making sure I don't miss any spots. On the other hand, Aspen is positively buzzing with excitement, although I can tell she's trying to hide it. She flits from task to task, straightening things that don't need to be straightened and tidying up parts of the kitchen that aren't dirty. She hums to herself as she goes, sometimes popping up beside me or Juliet. And of course, Juliet herself is the same as ever, calm and stoic. I thought she might be a bit worried about leaving the library in our hands, but considering she leaves it unstaffed most of the time, maybe not. At the very least, I'm determined not leave the library any worse than when there's nobody running it. Finally, we finish all the cleanup and chores. Juliet leads us to the front desk where there's a fresh stack of checkout sheets and a jar of pens, plus the computer for looking things up. I like how this all started because Miho tried to rob the place. With the final wave, Juliet goes upstairs and disappears into her room. From behind the desk, Aspen places her hands on her hips and looks around like a queen surveying her kingdom. I take a seat in one of the two chairs and kick my feet back and forth. After pacing around a bit, Aspen sits down too, twirling a pen between her fingers. That's a interesting concept. Oh man, I love this. She pokes me in the side with her pen. Aspen opens her mouth to say something, but right as she does, the front door opens and Aspen leaps to her feet. The guest, a red-haired human, looks surprised. I wave, but I'm not sure if there's anything else I'm supposed to say. Luckily, Aspen seems to have it covered. She gives him a bright smile as he walks in and heads to the books before taking her seat again. The door opens again and a pair of twin dryads enters. I stand up, my legs feeling just a little shaky. Neither of them speak, but they both smile graciously and nod in acknowledgement as they pass us. We don't have to wait long. A breathless man carrying a stack of books staggers his way over to us. Before we can even answer, he drops his books on the desk and then hurries back out the door. Taking a deep breath, I grab the top book and a pen. The title isn't too long, fortunately. Slowly, I start copying the letters down. First a curve, then a straight line, then a loop, then an arch. I didn't even hear the door open this time. As more and more people start to come in, Aspen and I end up pretty busy. The pile of books that need to be checked in grows fast, and I have to start taking some of them back to the shelves as I go just to make some space. By using a little chart with the alphabet and numbers on it, I'm able to slowly match the labels on each book to their spot on the shelves. Oh yeah, she would need a chart. Like an alphabet chart to be able to put things alphabetically. As the library gets busier, though, I start making some educated guesses about where certain books belong and putting them with others that look similar. I can fix it later if I have to. Over at the desk, the line of people has gotten pretty long. I have no idea what all these people normally did when there wasn't anyone to help them. I shove the rest of the stack I'm carrying into an empty shelf and hurry over to help. After finishing with one guest, she hands me a few handwritten notes with labels and numbers on them. Yep. A big maybe. With a little cheer, she goes back to assisting people. I watch for just a moment. She's clearly in her element here. Even with the line growing longer, Aspen doesn't seem to be getting nervous. I can't say the same about myself, though. There's no time to waste. I bounce around the library, trying to find the books Aspen wrote down. It takes a while, and I get the instructions mixed up a few times, but eventually I manage to track them all down. When I bring them up to the desk, the stack of returns has gotten almost as tall as I am, so I start checking them in as quickly as I can. Meanwhile, Aspen has moved around to the front and to give me more space to write and work. I grab the top book and start to copy, then the next, and then the one after that. Before long, they all start to blend together and the letters seem to swirl and move around the page. I love this. I love this image so much. This is such a good image. I thought that was gonna be easy, but it's making my brain feel like soup. I'm determined to push through it, though, even if it takes me forever, which, at this rate, it just might. If Aspen weren't here, I don't know what I'd do, or what I'll even do tomorrow on my own. I can worry about that later, though. For now, I can keep doing the best I can. Book after book, line after line, guest after guest. It gets easier as the day goes on, but I wouldn't say it gets easy. But Aspen and I keep going, and eventually we do things to we start to get things under control and keep the chaos to a minimum. It's tough work, but not too tough. Oops. Maybe Aspen was right about something. The more I try, the more I feel like I can do this. Alright. Chapter 3. Oh, I love this image. I love this image so much. Holy shit. Alright, chapter 3. I'm officially in a chapter I have never been in before. The kind old man takes his books under his arms and shuffles out of the library, a whoosh of cool air passing over me as the door opens and shuts. With no one else wanting to be helped, I glance around at the dozen or so people milling about just before plopping myself down onto the cushion that Juliet set up for me behind the desk. Who knew that working would be such hard work? These past few weeks since I started helping out at the library have been a bit of a blur. There's always so much to do. At least most of it's pretty easy, like straightening out furniture or putting things away when things get left out. I don't know what the big deal is. I think it looks better when it's a little messy. But it's what Juliet asked me to do, so I do it. Talking to patrons, Aspen taught me that word. Is getting easier as well. The first few times someone came up to me for help, I was so nervous that I could barely speak. There's so much to remember and still so much to learn. I still don't like talking to people in general, but it feels easier now. I get a little anxious when I see someone walking up to the counter, but it's not too bad. Of course, everyone who comes up thinks it's my first day here. Even though I've started to recognize some of the regulars, they never recognize me. Aspen's the only one who comes by every day. What I didn't expect was that the hardest part would be checking out books to people. There's a sheet of paper with a bunch of little boxes in them, and I'm supposed to write the names of each person and the books they're taking. Since I have to copy the letters by hand each time, it takes me a while. If someone has a lot of books or ones with really long titles, then it takes me even longer. Sometimes people get a little impatient, but I'm going as fast as I can. Either way, it makes the days go by faster. I wouldn't really call it fun, but I don't hate it either. Having a bit of money that I earned rather than stole feels surprisingly good too. At least I don't have to worry about someone trying to take it back. I hear the front door open again and looked up to greet the new person like Juliet taught me. Turns out to be a familiar face, my nerves settling a little at the sight of her. Oops, sometimes I forget I'm not supposed to be loud here. I say it again, but quieter. She comes up to the desk and sets down a couple books that she checked out a few days ago. Fair enough. Seems to me like if Aspen doesn't like a book, then that book must be really, really bad. Maybe I'll ask Juliet about it either way. Anyway. For now, though, I start copying the titles down onto the returns sheet while Aspen goes off to find new books. She comes back right as I'm finishing up with a small stack in her hands. She hands me the pile and I begin writing the names down. I can feel her watching me as my hand makes each slow line. I have to finish the letter I'm working on before I can pay attention to Aspen. She wrings her hands, looking like she's not sure how to ask her question. Aspen seems to think a lot before she speaks, so I've learned that sometimes it's easier to just make her spit it out. Sure enough, her eyes widen, but she stops fidgeting. I look down at the mess of scribbles on the paper in front of me. Even though I wrote them, they don't mean anything to me. Juliet never seems to have an issue, though, so it's good enough for me. Oh. There was a huge time jump. She does have a point there. I told myself so many times that I was going to stop letting my past define me, but still, reading and writing? It would be useful, it's true. With so many letters, though, it seems like a lot of work. I'm already doing a lot of work as it is. Her usually quiet voice starts to raise, only adding to my doubts. Nope. Aspen reaches into her purse and pulls out a slightly crumpled flyer, which she hands to me. Looking at the glossy cover, it's covered in pictures of little vases and statues and other old-looking things. Hold on. Te Papa. Yeah, okay. Of course. I'm gonna save while we're here. Hello, hello, Chase. Welcome, Chase. Hope you're doing well today. After I flip the flyer over, she points to a map of Wellington that's very similar to the one I used on my first day here. I nod as she explains, but it isn't really necessary. I may not be able to read, but I can at least use a map. Just had breakfast? Very nice. Hope it was tasty. That's good, Chase. It's been a long time since I've really had a moment to myself, other than when I go to bed. Other than when I go to bed, I'm always around Aspen or Juliet, or the patrons at the library. That's another big change in me. I'm noticing them more and more these days. Yeah, I have been, yes. My voice is a bit uh annoyed at the fact I'm reading so much, but I'm enjoying myself. Aspen smiles, but it's a thin smile, like she's once again holding back from saying something. This time, however, she doesn't give me a chance to make her say it. Will do, will do. Alright. Well, I will need to get back to work. My break will be over soon. With a smile, Aspen blows a kiss, then quickly spins around and heads out the door, leaving me standing about with the flyer in my hands. Without any patrons waiting around, I take a closer look at some of the artifacts on the pages. Most are cracked and worn with age, but still have a little color to them. A couple have writing on them that I can tell is different from the language. Is a different language from the one I've been getting used to copying here. In a way, they seem kind of familiar. Not just familiar, but nostalgic. Like they're related to a memory that's just out of reach. I don't know if it'll bring me any answers, but maybe there'll be something interesting to see. I quickly tuck the pamphlet into one of my pockets, turning to greet the young boy eagerly waiting at the counter with several books to check out. I lift the first book off the stack and slowly begin my process. Maybe Aspen's lessons won't be so bad after all. Take the first book off the stack and slowly begin my process? Closing time finally comes around, the patrons slowly trickling out. Some of them linger for a while, making their final selection before bringing them up to the counter. Fortunately, Juliet's here to help me, or it'd take me all night to get through the line of people waiting. In the time it takes me to finish writing down one person's checkouts, Juliet can get through 5. She even knows everyone by name, as well as their reading habits. That always impresses me. How does she keep track of them all? We finally managed to get through everyone, a sigh of relief escaping as the last patron heads out. My ears prick up at the sound of Aspen's voice as the patron holds the door open for her. Aspen hesitates for a moment as she walks up to the desk, but then she laughs. I collapse onto my cushion while Juliet puts everything away under the desk. She raps her knuckles against the pile of thin books she brought with her. There's also a small bag that rattles when she moves it about. I pick up one of the books from Aspen's pile. The words on it are big and written in very simple style, and so are the pictures that go along with it. I've spent enough time in the library now to recognize that these kinds of books are meant for little kids. But I guess that's what I need, isn't it? It's embarrassing, but maybe I can just use that as motivation to learn faster, and if I end up hating it, I can just quit. Like always, I have the option of running away from something I don't like. Still holding up the book, I look up to see Juliet and Aspen both watching me, waiting to see what I'll say. I take a deep breath and then smile. Both of them break into a grin as well. Aspen's so eager that she barely waits for Juliet and I to step out from the counter before leading us to a table beside the aisle of books. Guessing that I'll be here a while, I pull up a seat while a curious Juliet hovers over my shoulder. She sits down and begins unpacking the bag she brought onto the table, turning out to be a bunch of pens and pencils. She hands me one before placing a small workbook in front of me. Realizing she's going to be a part of this, she quickly takes a seat to my other side and selects a sleek black pen. Opening the book, she brings her pen to one of the blank lines. The two of them take turns going through the different letters of the alphabet and showing me how to write them. Although I have a hard time remembering which is which, I pick up the writing part pretty fast since I've had a lot of experience at work already. Each of them writes an example letter at the top of the page first before I take my turn to try it. Juliet's handwriting is very precise and clean and reminds me of something you'd see on an advertisement or book. Juliet, did I read that right the first time? Either way, Aspen's, on the other hand, is almost as messy as mine. Sometimes I'm not sure she's even writing the same letters as Juliet and I. After we get through the whole alphabet, they quiz me by holding up cards with different letters and asking me to name them. I get a lot of them wrong, but I do get a lot of them right, too. When Aspen finally calls it quits for the night, I am a little disappointed. I can't keep a little smile off my face. Maybe I am a little proud. The workbook that Aspen gave me already has a few pages complete because of how fast we were going. No. The two of them... The look that the two of them exchange tells me my answer. Honestly, I will say that that is the big reason why I am struggling to try and learn Japanese. Like, I want to learn Japanese. Just straight up want to learn Japanese, how to speak it, how to read it, all that sort of stuff. This exact scenario is why I'm struggling to even get started, is because, like, one, I don't know how to get started. And two, like, just the process. It will take years to actually get to a conversational level. And even that is like kids conversational, not adult conversational. Which makes it really annoying because, you know, if you know me, I am very impatient when it comes to seeing progress. It's one of the hardest languages to learn too, yeah. I won't say it's the hardest, but it's one of the hardest because they have 3 separate alphabets. They have a bunch of like phonetic things that aren't the same and consistent. It's just one of those things where it's like you know me, I'm very impatient and I really need to see progress to feel motivated to do more. Like with editing, you spend 8 hours on a project to get 2 minutes. And there isn't even any sort of, feedback until it's done. Pretty much. Which is why editing is so hard for me to actually get into. Like, I enjoy editing, don't get me wrong. I enjoy the process, I enjoy the final product, but just starting is a really hard thing for me because you have to spend so long just getting started, just for it to go nowhere for a while, for you to get very minimal back from a long period of work. That's the same sort of reason why me learning Japanese is so difficult, is because it's such a long startup just to get nowhere for a long time. So that's one of those things where it's like I very much so I am right with Miho on this, where it's like it's such little progress that is going to happen over a long period of time that just it doesn't feel great. I'd been expecting this to take a few nights at most, but months? That's a lot longer than I was anticipating. I must look disappointed because Aspen frowns and leans forward. Aspen gets up from the desk and maneuvers behind me, putting her hand on top of mine. It's a little shaky, and I notice her face is red as she makes a point not to look at me. I almost jerk it away out of instinct, but keep my cool instead. I'm not used to people touching me, but I know that with Aspen, it's just a friendly gesture. She getting nervy. She gently guides my hand up and down across the paper, slowly forming the letters on the page with me. After 4 letters, she stops and scurries back to her chair. Juliet's snort of amusement from my side only confuses me further. I look down. The word on the page looks familiar. I squeeze my eyes shut, picturing the cards that they were holding up and what each letter sounded like. Yep. With a jolt, I realize it's my own name. Juliet and Aspen both clap excitedly, a blush forming on my cheeks. I still can't shake the feeling that it's kind of embarrassing to have them cheer for me on something so simple. Looking down at the paper with my name on it, though, I have to smile a little too. This is the first time I've written my own name, even if I did have Aspen's help. It's the first time I read it myself too. I stare at it intently, committing the shape of those letters and the motions to make them into my memory. I've used so many names in my life, but for some reason, this one feels a bit special. Just for good measure, I write it down a few more times to practice. Each time, it gets a little bit less shaky and more legible. Even if this wasn't my idea to start with, it feels like a new milestone in my life already. The start of something else that's new. I can add that to the list. As she gets up to leave, Juliet and I take our feet to our feet as well. Before realizing it, I let out a yawn. With her trademark smile and wave, Aspen leaves for the library. The two of us watch. Leaves the library. The two of us watch her go as she heads out into the night's darkness outside. My hands are sore from all the writing, and my palm is colored gray with smeared pencil lead and ink. She's so sweet. I love her. Secretly glad to be heading to bed rather than doing more work, I start to head out. I look back. As I look back, Juliet playfully waves me out of the room. With a pause for another yawn, I stretch and head up the stairs. I'm going to sleep well tonight. As I lie in bed and wait for sleep to take me, I reflect on my day like always. Today was a good day. I accomplished a lot, and I feel proud of myself. I can tell that Juliet and Aspen are proud of me too. That's taken some getting used to. It still weirds me out to think that people care about me, that they think of me even when I'm not around them. They're excited for me about things that don't affect them. It's weird, but in a good way. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I've had a bad day. The shock and uneasiness of having a safe place to live and a stable life have worn off, and my daily routine has become just that, routine. I thought I'd never get used to things like this, that they'd never be real for me. Well, it turns out I was wrong. Rather than constantly overthink everything, I've gotten better at just going with the flow. I think that's something to be proud of, too. Rolling onto my side, I look around my room. It hasn't changed too much since I moved in, but it still feels distinctly mine. This isn't just a space that I happen to be in. Smiling, I close my eyes and roll onto my other side. Just when did I become so sentimental? It's hard to say, but maybe that's okay, too. I don't mind who I am right now, and my friends don't either. That's enough for me. With peaceful thoughts like that drifting through my mind, I also drift off to sleep. Work's been quiet today, with only a handful of patrons coming in and all. At all. The few still here keep to themselves, quietly reading and browsing the aisles. I'd normally be bored on a day like this. It's a good thing that I have something new to keep me occupied during my downtime, then. A few of the worksheets and books that Aspen gave me yesterday are spread out on the desk, out of the way of our guests, but still where I can see them. Whenever I get a few minutes to myself, I practice writing letters or memorizing their sounds. When I have to write down titles that are being checked out, I pay more attention to exactly what I'm writing. I'm pleased to notice that it goes faster now than it did before. I still have a long way to go, but I can feel myself making progress with every word I finish. That sense of pride helps motivate me to keep trying. Even when I'm away from the desk, tidying things up or putting books away, I try to think about the letters and words. It's nice to have something to focus on, rather than just trying to find ways to fill the hours. Just as I settle back down to work after a quick lunch, Juliet comes down from her room with a folded parasol in hand. With a calm nod of greeting, she walks up and joins me behind the desk. I show her one of my worksheets, which was really just a blank piece of paper. On it, I've written my name over and over and over again to practice. The few first, okay, most of them are fairly messy. I think I get the hang of it by the end of the page, though, and those ones are more legible. I offer the paper to Juliet, who looks it over with a smile. I'm pretty used to handling my duties on my own. If there was ever a problem, it wouldn't be hard to go find Juliet to get her help. That hasn't happened yet, thankfully. I think that's some advice that Juliet herself should follow more often, but I keep that opinion to myself. Aspen and Juliet both don't necessarily want her to find the person because then they feel like she's gonna leave. Juliet gives me the same small smile that Aspen did when I mentioned my person yesterday. I know that they think it's probably hopeless, but I can't give up. I don't understand how they don't understand, since both of them always talk about caring for those close to you and making lasting bonds. Still, Aspen and Juliet have both done too much for me to hold that against them. As Juliet goes out the front door, she pops her parasol open to protect her from the sun, then strolls out and joins the day's crowds. I stare out the now closing door, thinking. I wonder if either Aspen or Juliet have ever felt the same way about someone as I have about my person. It's a hard feeling to describe. It's something warm. I may have forgotten a lot over the years, but I've never forgotten their face or voice, or the way they smelled, like charcoal and paint. All those things are too important to forget. It's kept me going my whole life. It's been my entire reason for existence. At least until arriving in Wellington, anyway. Even with my new life here, I can't just abandon my old one. Not entirely. Maybe they just don't know how much it means to me. I couldn't blame them, since I've told them all about how little I cared about everything else. Maybe they think it's like a hobby, something to pursue, and I have nothing else to do. But even here at the library, surrounded by friends and busying myself with my job, not a day goes by where I don't think of that forest back in Korea and my person. It's okay if Aspen and Juliet don't understand. They don't need to. It's important to me, and that's all that matters. So far, they've supported me in whatever I do. In fact, when I think about those two, I feel a similar way as when I think about my person. That warm, safe feeling. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. I don't think that's a coincidence. There have been lots of new feelings that I don't quite have words for. Like so many other parts of myself, I'm still figuring them out. That may take time, but I have plenty of it. Realizing that I've zoned out, I pull myself away from my thoughts and get back to focusing on work and studying. I may have lots of time, but I need to make sure I use it well. Only an hour or two later, I look up from my work to see Juliet returning from her errands. Folding up her parasol, she soon joins me at the front desk again. I put away my study materials in my room, and then with a big thumbs up to Juliet, I leave the library. Since I've been spending so much time inside since I started working, my walks and time outside are more refreshing than they used to be. The birds singing sound prettier, the scent of food wafting up from town smells tastier, and I'll bet even if the grass would feel softer if I was in my fox form to feel it. It's been a long time since I've transformed now that I think about it. I need to stay focused for today, though. With the museum as the only thing on my mind, I pick up my pace as I walk into Wellington, heading along the now familiar streets. I pass by the Bell House and glance inside, but I don't see Aspen. She mentioned she'd be working late today, so she must be in the back, or maybe on a break. I follow the directions she gave me yesterday until I reach the building that has to be my destination. It's big, with parts that go off in all different directions. Near the front, there are two stations flanking the entrance. One is round and tan, while the other is made of darker stone and looks more blocky. It's a bit intimidating, but seeing a few people heading in and out is reassuring. Taking a breath to steady myself, I stride on up. The entrance has a huge glass ceiling with glass doors that slide open when I approach them. I don't even have to pay or sneak in. The moment I step inside, I can safely say that I've never been in a place like this before. It looked big from the outside, but from the inside, it's huge. I don't even know where to look first. Different paths lead to different types of displays, and I can see floors and elevators going all the way to the top. A family walks by me, following a big arrow that points deeper into the building. Without any better ideas, I decide to take the same route. I'm sure I could ask someone where the exhibit is, but I'll look around on my own first. If I can't find it for a while, then I'll ask for help. I start to wander about once inside, looking for anything that I might recognize from Korea. To my surprise, there's plenty of other exhibits that also end up catching my eye. In one section, a variety of sea life, fish, turtles, and others, hang from wires above everything else. They look so lifelike that I think they're real animals at first, but after staring closely, I can see that they're just models. Another part of the museum is filled with skeletons of what look like giant monsters. I can't even imagine what kind of creatures they once were. Maybe dragons? Ah, dinosaurs. Spotting a panel with some illustrations, I skip over for a quick look. They aren't dragons, but they look awfully close. I've only seen a dragon once or twice in my life, but I've never seen one of these. Other sections are dedicated to human and fabled civilizations. There are recreations of old human houses, as well as diagrams showing fairy homes and werewolf dens, plus plenty of others. A tour guide talks to a small group as I walk around explaining this and that. I go slower. I go slower through this part, feeling a little nostalgic. I even recognize some of the human technology and knickknacks from long ago. I had no idea they were old enough to be part of a museum now. There's even a big memorial to the war, showing humans and fableds fighting against one another. At the front is a painting of when the peace treaty was signed, which was the start of humanity and the fabled coexisting. I was around back then, but I stayed out of it, just like I stayed out of most things. Honestly, the history doesn't interest me too much, but I'm sure Juliet would love to see this. I'm sure she already has at some point. Just when I'm thinking about giving up and asking for help, I finally find what I'm looking for. A large banner with some text that I recognize as Hangul, the Korean writing system, is hanging over a number of display cases and tabletop exhibits. I hurry over to get a closer look. It's quieter up here than it was on some of the lower floors. I'm able to take my time browsing without feeling like I'm getting in anyone's way. At the same time, my heart starts to beat faster with anticipation. I may not know what I'm searching for, but I'm sure I'll know it when I see it. I start at the entrance and slowly make my way through. The first section is full of pottery and carvings, like from the brochure Aspen gave me. There are little animals and people carved out of stone, and even a few made of metal. A number of clay pots and vases sit on pedestals next to them. Most are cracked or damaged, but some look as good as new. Moving on to the next part, there are a few intricate-looking outfits adorning mannequins. Some are just pants and a jacket, but most are vividly colored dresses that hang to the floor. I can almost feel the delicate silk in my hands. If I was still a thief, I bet these would sell for a lot. After the clothes are paintings. Tigers and birds are common subjects, but so are people in cities too. Others feature gorgeous landscapes and flowers. I've never been a big fan of art, but somehow these are different. Looking at them doesn't make me feel sad, but it does make me feel something, like I'm wanting something I can't have. Suddenly, it comes to life, a feeling I've heard about, but that I don't think I've experienced before. Homesickness. A painting of a green forest could be the one where I was born. I've passed through towns that looked like those in the paintings, and hid from humans who looked like the ones shown inside them. Not all the memories are good ones, but they're mine. There's not much that I can relate to nowadays in terms of people or places. I have friends now, sure, but I don't have much in common with them. That's never mattered before, but now. I wish I could reach out and touch the paintings before me, just to feel something from the same era as me. Of course, they're behind ropes, which keep me well back. I reluctantly start to move on again. Just as I do, a certain painting catches my eye. It's small and displayed out of the way in a corner, as if no one thought it was that important. The edges are jagged and torn, but the crucial part is still there. On one side, there's a fox surrounded by trees and leaves. Its fur is a different color than mine, but it's still clearly a fox. Just across from it is a human-like figure. She's dressed in an outfit similar to the ones I was just admiring, but that's not what stands out the most to me. On her head are two pointy ears, and several long, bushy tails peek out from the bottom of her dress. When I notice the fox again, I notice that it also has more than one tail. I breathe in deeply, as if I could just inhale the scent of the forest just from this artwork. Another Gumiho? I take in all the details I can. She's smiling, but a sharp fang makes her smile look sinister. The hand at her side has long claws instead of regular fingernails, claws that are clearly meant for ripping. Whatever she's looking and smiling at is missing, being part of the torn section. There's just a small part that remains, a pair of boots on the ground, surrounded by the edge of what must be a pool of blood. Only then do I notice the blood around her lips and the ground beneath her claws. And then the unmistakable bone-white bead sticking from a string around her neck. It's glowing like the moon. I instinctively raise my hand to my neck, feeling my own bead. It's reassuringly warm to the touch. Somehow I get the feeling that the one in the painting would be ice cold. Oh, this is getting kind of hard to read. Not because, like, reading for a while or my brain or anything like that, but just the contents, like... This portrait of a Gumiho leaves me conflicted. There's the same longing I felt looking at the paintings of the forest, but those claws and the blood, those feel foreign and detached. Is this how most people view Gumiho? It would explain the fear and terror that seemed to follow me wherever I went when I was younger, the curses and threats from farmers and townsfolk whenever they saw me. It wasn't until after the war, when the fabled became more common in human lands, that I felt comfortable without my ears and tail hidden. Even then, I'd sometimes get dirty looks just for existing. The threats were usually reserved for when I got caught stealing. Still, I've never been like the Gumiho in the painting. Stealing is one thing, but hurting someone? That just isn't me. I wish I'd been able to explain that to them. I wonder how different my life would have been. I turn my eyes away from the painting, but I know I'll be thinking about it for a long time to come. There's no point dwelling on what could have been. I pass through the rest of the Korean exhibit quickly, barely glancing at the artifacts that I haven't seen yet. It isn't until I've nearly left the gallery that I see something that makes me pause again. In a small and unremarkable display case among many others, there are a number of delicate scrolls. On each one, a few old-style Korean characters are written. I don't think they're Hangul, but I don't know what they're called. They do look familiar, though. I left my own scroll back at home for safekeeping, but I don't need it with me to compare. The sweep of the brush strokes, the shapes of the characters, the shade of the ink. Close my eyes and breathing in deeply, I swear I can smell them. My person. I press my hand against the glass. This is the closest I've been in hundreds of years. After centuries of looking, I leap backwards as someone shouts. I look around to see a woman wearing a badge and a museum t-shirt walking towards me angrily. The instincts I thought I buried kicked in. It's time to run. Backing up, I look around for a gateway route, but there isn't any. I'm surrounded on almost all sides by cases. The only direction is the one the attendant is approaching from. Think, Miho, think. There has to be a way out of this. Could I jump over the displays? No, they're way too tall. Maybe if I transformed, I could get past the attendant. I have no idea how to navigate this building, though, and being a fox would attract way too much attention in a place like this. If I wait for them to get close, then I could probably run past them like the security guard when I first arrived in Wellington. Heart racing, my panic must show on my face because they stop a couple meters away from me, frowning. With a shrug, they turn around, leaving me alone. That's it? My hands are shaking as I watch them retreat. expecting them to snap around and come after me. Of course, that doesn't happen, and I'm very slowly able to relax. All I'm left feeling afterwards is a lot of embarrassment. Looking around me, I'm glad that there aren't many people in this area. Nobody's looking at me either, whether out of politeness or just because they didn't notice. So, this music. Keep this music in mind when we get towards the end of the game. Oh. Because I know the credits song, and that is related to the credits song, and I love the credits song, and just... My face is burning red, and I look down at the scrolls again just to hide it. I sigh. Maybe it was silly of me to think that I could change myself entirely in such a short time. Considering I'd just been remembering the old days, and all the abuse that I went through from humans, it makes some sense. After I settle myself down a little, I turn my attention back to what's really important. While I know that these scrolls have to be from my person, they don't help me much on their own. It's a little card in one corner of the case covered in text. It might have something useful written on it, but that doesn't do me any good. I consider trying to copy it all down to have Asmund or Juliet read it to me later, but there's so many words that I'm not sure I could get them all. I gulp, looking over at the museum attendant who I was so scared of just a moment ago. I do have one option. Summoning all my courage, I approach them slowly. They're just a regular person, I remind myself. Like it has been or Juliet. Or even like me now. Just doing their job. I hope that's played enough. As she looked over to me, her face doesn't look annoyed, more bored. Would they even believe me if I said I can't read? I worry that might make me even more suspicious. That was almost too easy. They don't question or analyze me at all, simply walking over and leaning in next to me. The attendant keeps reading, but I'm not listening. I've already gotten what I came for. A name. Jiang-in. For the first time, I have something to call them. Something that's unmistakably theirs. I pretend to listen to the rest of what's being read out loud and thank the person on autopilot when they're done. My head's not here in the present moment. It's back in the forest where I was born. Once they've walked away, I say it out loud, trying out how it looks. I think it fits them. I forgot. Dadovu knows Korean. I forgot about that. Jeez. For reference, Dadovu is the one who voices Miho. I say it over and over again, making sure I'll never forget. Finally, I have something to go off. Feeling a little bit dazed from the enormity of the moment, I find my way downstairs and wander out of the museum. I can't wait to tell Juliet and Aspen. The fact that the calligrapher is long dead. I'm so excited that I end up missing my turn and take me back to the library, lost in my thoughts about what'll happen when I get there instead. I didn't even realize that I've zoned out until I reached the edge of Mount Victoria, right where the city streets turn into parkland. I'm still within the area that I visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountain as a landmark to make my way back to find my way back. I hum to myself as I turn back, head abuzz with pleasant thoughts. If I give Juliet my person's name, I'm sure she'll be able to help me track them down. That's what she specializes in, after all. I'm sure Aspen will want to hear all about their life, too. She loves stories, and I'm sure Jeongin will have a ton. I apologize to anyone who may be watching this who is Korean. I don't speak it. I don't have the phonetics for it. So I am probably completely butchering the pronunciation. I'm not sure how they'll feel about seeing me again. I doubt they ever expected it to happen. They'll definitely be surprised that I'm not just the fox they met back then, but a person now. I have a feeling they'll at least be as glad as I am. I may be halfway home before I realize that I'm not alone. My prickling sensation on the back of my neck is unmistakable. My instincts are telling me that someone else is nearby. I'm still near the mountain, but it's practically empty here. I can hear the sounds of other people in the distance, but they're all hidden by the trees and hills. I whip my head back and forth, but try as I might, I can't work out where they are. It's a strange and disconcerting feeling, given how easily I can pick up on even the smallest animals. From then, in the corner of my eye, I spot a bush slightly shuffling. Just as I turn to take a proper look, the silver fox I saw the other day steps out of it. I start to bend down and reach out a hand, like I would to a pet dog, but hesitate. I know from experience that a fox wouldn't respond to that. I'm surprised she hasn't run away already. That's what I would have done. She stares at me without the slightest movement. Her eyes locked on mine. My heart jumps as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something is off. Then, without taking her eyes off of me, she starts to transform. I barely have time to be shocked as her arms and legs get longer and her fur retracts, head shaking and changing into something more human-like. For the first time in my life, I'm face to face with another Gumiho. Is this gonna be the Gumiho from the painting? My throat tightens and goes dry. My vision narrows, and my ears start ringing in shock. It's as if all the world has fallen away except for me and her. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seem to shimmer in the moonlight, like the skin of a snake waiting to strike. Hanging closely on her frame, the wrapped fabrics around her body and face make her appear almost formless. Her only accessory is a bracelet around her wrist. It's a plain leather band, but a shining white bead is held in the middle by another loop of leather. I recognize that bead. I have one just like it. Well, almost like it. Whereas mine is a duller milky color, hers is so bright that it almost hurts to look at. The soft blue glow around it reminds me of the full moon. It's almost like she stepped out of the painting I just saw at the museum. A shawl covers most of her face, but her hair and eyes are still visible, those intense eyes. Her gaze reminds me of steel. While they're the same shape as mine, they're sharper, angrier, crueler. She haughtily tosses her long, flowing hair back as she takes a step towards me. I skip back, keeping the distance between us. When I lived in the forest, I knew to flee when I met a predator stronger than I was. Better to get away alive than risk my life for pride. My survival instincts tells me that this was one of those times. The other Gumiho laughs, but there's no humor in it. Sharp and hollow, it only makes me more uneasy. Oh boy. Okay, this is getting interesting. Is that also Dodovu? I think they share a voice actress. Her words hang in the air, poisoning my good mood from just moments ago. My first instinct is to run away, as usual. Something stops me, though. I'm entranced. The novelty of this experience, of finally meeting another Gumiho, keeps me rooted in place despite my fear. No matter what she's like, this is the closest I've ever been to someone like me. I swallow the lump in my throat and hope that my voice doesn't shake as much as I think it will. Okay, maybe not. She studies me for a moment longer and then turns away. I feel like I should say something, but I can't find the words. Whether from shock or fear, I'm too dazed to so much as stammer out a denial. Her clothes melt away into silver fur as she transforms back into a fox. I reach out to stop her, but she flits off and disappears into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. The world around me rushes back in, my skin suddenly feeling cold in the night air. The rush of emotions going through my head evaporates, and the adrenaline that was running through me ebbs away. I'm left just standing there, alone. Closing my eyes, I muster the strength that I haven't tapped into in weeks. My bead warms itself as I transform, my body following the same motions as the other Gumihos. I try to start chasing her, but my first steps on four legs are shaky. I've grown unfamiliar with this form, almost stumbling over just trying to move. Maybe there's a bit of truth in what she said. I take a few more steps towards the brush, but soon give up. Even if I caught up with her, what would I say? What would I do? I'd only make a fool of myself. There's a scent on the wind that I couldn't notice as a human, but is unmissable as a fox. I recognize it immediately. From a long time ago, on one of my first mornings here, when I woke up from my den near the mountain and stepped outside, and knew that someone had been there. It was her. She really was following me from the beginning. For a long moment, I watched the place where she disappeared. Then I transformed back. I don't really feel like a fox right now. I don't know what I'm feeling. Some of what she said is true. I haven't used any of my talents in a long, long time. My clumsiness when I'm in my fox form, my own original body, is a reminder of that. But as for degrading myself for the sake of others, that doesn't feel true. I've spent my entire life living free, and for only myself. It's always been my choice to remain here, and to not be forgotten. So why do her words sting so much? If I was totally confident in my decision, then they shouldn't bother me, right? Maybe I've forgotten more of myself than I know. The painting at the museum and the other Gumiho herself both prove that there's something different about me, something that must come easily to everyone else. The same way all the aspects of daily life at home don't come easily to me either. I feel disconnected, torn between two worlds that I barely know, but can't help being drawn to. Where do I fit in? Where do I belong? I know what Juliet and Aspen would say, but does that make it true? Their home hasn't been my home for long. I've been a thief and a liar for so much longer than I've been whatever I am now. Without anything else to gain out here, I slowly start to make my way back home again. The excitement I felt about telling Juliet and Aspen everything I found out at the museum has vanished. It'll have to wait for another time. After a quiet walk through the empty streets to the library, I quietly slink inside, trying to keep Juliet from noticing. I just don't feel like talking right now. It seems to work. I can hear her bustling around somewhere, but she doesn't call out to me when I come in. Without a word, I ascend the stairs to my room as quickly and quietly as I can and climb under the covers. It's far too early to go to bed, but I don't know what else to do. If I'm awake, my thoughts will only be a bother. Better to sleep it off and hope that I feel better in the morning. That hurts. That really hurts. Fuck. And all of a sudden, this is hitting a bit too close to home. Anyway, yesterday's events, both the good and bad, linger in my mind while I perform my usual routine of tossing and turning in bed before I get up. Now that the shock's worn off, I feel a little better about what's happened. I wonder if I'll have forgotten all about the other Gumiho by the end of today. In fact, now that I think about it, it's possible I had met other Gumiho before and just forgot about them. Everyone forgets meeting me, so maybe it works in reverse, too. Rather than dwell on the idea, I choose to ignore it. There's no way to know, I'd just drive myself crazy wondering. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more presentable for work. Heading into the bathroom, I clean myself using the soaps and shampoos given to me by Juliet. She's helped me so much ever since I started working here. Looking into the mirror for one final check before I head downstairs for breakfast, I can't help but think about what the other Gumiho said, how I've domesticated myself. My spotless face looks back at me, framed by fluffy and pampered hair. I can't deny that I've let myself be spoiled by others, content to just go along for the ride. I lightly pat my face, like I've seen Aspen do when she's getting ready to start her own job. I'm not sure what it's supposed to accomplish, but it makes me feel a bit more confident. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to a familiar scent of fresh cut fruit and frying eggs, as well as the pleasant sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting about books. Whenever I enter the kitchen, I'm greeted with 2 smiles. I slide into my usual spot at the table and grab some apple slices, munching on those while waiting for the other two to go back to their conversation. Instead, both of them look at me expectantly. There's a loud clatter as Aspen drops her fork in surprise. Even Juliet's eyes go wide with genuine shock. For a long moment, there's silence, other than the sound of eggs sizzling in the pan. Both my friends stare at me, dumbstruck. It's tempting to tell them about the Gumiho, if only because I know they'd reassure me about everything she said. But that's why I can't tell them. Not yet. In a way, I'd just be proving her right. They're so worried about her. Juliet fills our plates and takes her seat, and we all dig in. It's a quieter meal than usual, with only the sounds of chewing and silverware scraping against the dishes. I feel like Aspen and Juliet are having a conversation in their silence. Of course, they'd expect more from me. I'd expect more from me too. And right after leaving the museum, I was that excited. I am still excited, of course. It's just been tempered a little. I still plan to ask Aspen and Juliet to help me get in touch with Jongin, but I want to wait until I can do it with a clear head. Once everyone's finished eating, I gather up the dirty dishes and take them to the sink, where while Juliet washes the pans and Aspen wipes down the tables. Another routine morning. With that, Aspen politely takes her leave and heads out the door. Juliet and I then go into the library, ready to start the day. Or end it, in her case. I head to my spot behind the front desk and begin getting everything ready. The checkout sheets, my pens and pencils, my study materials, and so on. From the way Juliet lingers halfway between me and the stairs, I can tell she wants to say or ask something else. She thinks better of it, simply giving me a smile before heading up to her room. I whistle while I throw open the curtains and unlock the door. By the time I return to the counter, ready for the first patrons to arrive, I even manage a light melody. I've been practicing my whistling a lot lately as a way to spend time while alone. Aspen tried to show me how, but she's not very good at it either. I'm pretty sure I'm already better than she is. The sound of it reminds me of the birds back in my home forest. Before long, patrons start to arrive, and I soon have a list of things to do. Books to check in and out, books to return, books to search for. It keeps me good and busy. The hours pass by in blissful normalness, and I don't have a single thing to complain about. Oh, and now it's just where do you want to spend the day? Screw it, I'll go to the waterfront again. The fish market is in full force right now, rows and rows of displays tidily showing off freshly caught fish, with lines of people twisting all around the market, waiting to purchase the goods. As I walk through the crowds, the dead eyes of hundreds of fish seem to pierce my soul. Don't get me wrong, I'm not squeamish about raw fish in the slightest. I mean, I've caught and eaten plenty of fish as a fox before. But isn't there something a little morbid about lining up their little bodies for everyone to ogle? If it were me, I'd just eat them right after catching them. That's when they're best, and it seems more respectful to the fish. I guess that's why they're the merchants and not me. It's a rainy Thursday morning, and the library is as dead as I've ever seen it. Even Aspen didn't come by this morning, simply because she didn't want to get soaked. We'll see each other later instead. The only patrons here are the ones who don't mind the weather, so I have to make sure they don't drip on any of the books. Before she went to bed for the day, Juliet left me a bundle of towers near the door for anyone who needs one. At least it makes my work easier, and the slow day means I have extra time to study. I'm able to remember most of the letters by now, and even read a few words. I haven't told Juliet or Aspen about my progress because I want to surprise them with it later. After an hour or so, I set aside my pencil and gaze out the window with my chin resting on my palm. It's still cloudy outside, but the worst of the rain seems to be over. I get up and walk to the window, looking around at the soggy view. I leap backwards in surprise as something suddenly splats the glass against the glass in front of me. At first, it looks like a puddle of water that's stuck to the window, but then it starts to wiggle. I stare in confusion as a pitiful-looking face forms in the middle, then frowns at me. What the fuck? Suddenly, it hits me what I'm looking at. This must be a water elemental. I've never seen one for myself before now. They usually hang out in rivers or lakes, but I've heard they'll sometimes come out onto dry land when it's rainy. That must be what this one did. Now that it stopped raining, though. Just like a fire elemental can die if its flames go out, a water elemental like this could be in trouble if it doesn't stay wet. The weather might be damp, but the sun is starting to poke through the clouds. I don't know if it can understand me or even hear at all, but I wave at the window and hold up a finger and try and show that I'll be right back. After a quick peek to make sure there is no patrons waiting, I hurry to the kitchen and dig through some of the cabinets, hoping to find our pot or something that's big enough. The biggest one Juliet has is the one that she used to make pasta, and even that might be too small. Plus, I'm not sure she'd want the taste of water elemental to be there every time she tries to make spaghetti. I could just wake up Juliet and ask her, but I should really try to solve this myself before bothering her. Instead, I start hunting through the other rooms for something that might help. There's nothing in the bathroom, nor in the library area, when I check the dining room for a second time. However, I notice a big bowl on top of a shelf I hadn't seen before. I have to stand on one of the chairs to reach it, but I grab the bowl and fill it half full with tap water before hurrying back to the window. The elemental is still stuck there like a very sad bumper sticker. It already looks a little smaller, but it ripples with excitement when it sees me, its frown shifting into a watery smile. I head out the front door and skip around to the window, squelching through the wet grass as I go. Holding up the bowl to the window, I gently brush the elemental in. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like touching regular water. Instead, it's thicker and a bit sticky, like jelly. The elemental starts to slide into the bowl and bubbles, which I hope is a good sign. It doesn't mix with the water in the bowl, but instead kind of hovers, with water both above and below it. When it gets itself fully into the bowl, it almost fills up. The water slashes over the edge and onto my hands, leaving the bowl almost dry except for the elemental itself. The bubbles stop, and an uncertain-looking face peers at me from the bottom. I hold the bowl as steady as I can and try not to spill anymore as I go back into the library. Just like the guests at the library, I have to make sure not to get any of the books wet. There's an empty side table near one of the reading chairs, so I set the bowl down there. The elemental seems fine for now, but it looks worried again. It reminds me a lot of Aspen. I rack my brain trying to think of something I might have missed in the bathroom or kitchen. Kneeling down in front of the bowl, I try to reassure the elemental, which is doing its best to stay absolutely still and not slosh. Running to the bathroom, I plug up the bath and set the faucet to max. Leaving the water running, I go back and retrieve the bowled elemental. This time I ended up spilling more of the water, but luckily it only hits the ground. The tub is about half full by the time I get back, which should be perfect. I turn off the faucet and carefully pour the elemental in. There's a stream of excited bubbles. More bubbles. Quickly, but not in as big a rush as before, I go to resume my search on the second floor. Because this place is so big, there are still a few rooms that I've never seen. I'm pretty sure Juliet wouldn't mind me going in since I'm trying to help someone out. The first room that I try is a closet filled with towels and bed sheets and laundry stuff. The room after that is locked. I try the knob again in case it was just stuck. Don't pick it. I wonder what's in there. I've never paid much attention to that door before since it's so far from my room. I drop to all fours and try and see what's under the door, but it's too narrow to see anything. Another nearby door isn't locked, and even better, isn't a closet. Aside from the doorway, which isn't particularly bright, it's pitch black when I step inside. I flick on the light switch, but the bulb fizzles and dies right away. It only takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, and what I had first just been dark smudges turn out to be a room full of boxes and assorted junk. A storage room. The whole place is covered in dust. I guess Juliet doesn't come in here either. Peeking into one of the boxes, it's filled with old kids' toys, like dolls and stuffed animals. Another one has some folded up clothes. Just as I'm about to give up and try another room, a half-covered object in the corner catches my eye. A heavy blanket is draped over a glass box, which is full of more random junk. I haul it out and remove the blanket, smiling at my find. It's a big fish tank, just like the ones I saw at the museum. After turning it over to shake out as much of the dust and debris as I can, I triumphantly take the tank to the kitchen sink and rinse it out before hauling it to the bathroom. When I set the tank on the edge of the tub, the elemental floats up to the top of the bath and ripples. It takes some maneuvering to hold the tank under the faucet, but eventually I'm able to figure it out and fill it up. Then I use the bowl from before to scoop up the elemental and dump it into the tank. More ripples and bubbles. I wrap my arms around the fish tank and lift, and nearly tear my arms off. I didn't notice when I was just getting the tank set up, but with all that water in it, it weighs a ton. It's way too heavy for me to carry to the front door, much less all the way to the river. It had seemed so perfect, so lucky. Even after dumping out some of the water, I still can't carry it. Sitting down on the tile floor, I sigh. The elemental floats dejectedly. Juliet is standing in the doorway as I look up, wearing a look of concern on her face. Juliet purses her lips, and I feel my heartbeat start to quicken like it always does when I'm in trouble. Juliet's frown deepens, but she doesn't look like she's angry. More like she's sad? I wait for her to finish her sentence, but it doesn't happen. She reaches into the tank and scoops a handful of water before dripping it back onto the floating elemental. The creature seems to enjoy it, as far as I can tell. Alright. I sit back and relax as Juliet departs. I'm glad she didn't get upset after all, but something was definitely bugging her. I wonder what it was. After a couple minutes, I picked up the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and poke my head out of the door and spot Juliet pulling a red wagon behind her. Wed dragon. It has a rope handle that isn't very large, but should have more than enough space for the tank. With a smile, Juliet parks the wagon next to the bathtub. We each take one end and carefully move the tank. Juliet also brought a number of tight straps to help keep it in place. Once it's all set up, the elemental is safe and secure. I kneel down to get my face level with the glass. This time, the elemental shifts into the biggest grin I've ever seen. Alright. Taking a towel and umbrella for myself from the front door, I lead the elemental outside and onto the path. It's cloudy out and more gray than blue, but at least it's not raining right now. Still, I don't want to waste any time. The elemental bobs up and down. The muddy path slows down the wagon a bit, but it isn't too bad. When we go downhill, I have to be careful not to let it get out of control, but other than that, it's pretty easy. From the bottom of the hill, it's not too far to the spot I had in mind. I noticed a small, abandoned ramp into the river way back when I was still living in the woods, but it wasn't useful to me then. Kneeling near the bottom of the ramp, I wrap the wagon's rope around my wrist and to keep it from rolling away, then undo the straps on the tank. With both hands, I gently tilt the tank onto its side. The water and the elementals spill out, flowing down the dirty concrete and into the river. The water begins to churn immediately, bubbling as if something huge is coming to the surface. A rushing sound echoes around the empty area before a torrent of water suddenly shoots upward like a fountain, arcing clear over me. As I look up, I see the elemental shimmering within the water, catching the light from the sun. For one brief moment, the most beautiful, vivid rainbow I've ever seen hovers before me, so close that I could touch it. Then the water and elemental crash back into the river, and everything goes still. I smile, certain that I understand. Oh, that's so sweet. I'm so glad that they included that. Alright. I've got about 15 minutes. I don't know how much longer is in this chapter, but I don't want to go somewhere... Like, I don't want to go too much. Like, I don't want to go too into something and then have to stop partway through, like, a phrase of something, but... we'll do a quick waterfront. The waterfront is always a bit of a tourist hotspot, but I suppose I'm not immune to being curious about tourist attractions. This time I take note of a capsule machine that dispenses fortunes. I don't know how much I believe in fortune telling because I don't know that much about it, but this machine's whole gimmick is that it has a magical golden fish in it that supposedly came out of the bay and lays eggs that tell your fortune. Okay. Of course, the fish is fake, and its eggs are little round capsules that you exchange a coin for. Just so happens I have a coin rolling around with the lint in my pocket, so I give it a go. The golden fish wiggles artificially, and the machine groans with age and releases a fish egg. It's a little bit cute. I see why the tourists like this thing. I pop the orange capsule open and take the paper that's inside. I just realized I can't read this. I totally forgot that the fortune would be all text. Oh well, I'll bring it to someone who can read it to me later. Hope it's something good. Ta-da. All day it's been showering on and off, raindrops still pattering on the roof even now. At least the frogs outside are comfortable, happily croaking away in the dark night. To stave off the cold, I keep a warm blanket wrapped around me while I'm sitting up and watching TV. I don't really understand all the complicated things the presenters are talking about, but it's interesting to see their reports from all around the world. My ears prick up as I hear someone walking up to the door, a series of 3 knocks gently ringing out against it. Always 3 from Juliet. Oh, cute little outfit. That's such a cute outfit. A warm drink sounds nice right now. Not wanting to leave my cozy blanket, I decide to hold it tightly around myself and waddle down to the kitchen with it. The stairs prove a little difficult, but I manage. There are already 2 mugs sitting on the table when I arrive, and the kettle is already steaming. As I take my seat, Juliet pours boiling water into each cup. She pushes my mug across the table, and my hands peek out from my blanket to cradle it. Happy for the warmth, I hold the mug for a while before tasting the steaming hot chocolate inside. Fair point. I toss that onto the mental pile of if there's ever anything that Juliet's offered me. I know she means well, but at this point I can't remember everything she said that about. The two of us continue to chat for a while, and I recount the full day's events with the elemental to Juliet, wrapping up my story at the point where I came home from the river. Juliet quickly looks away, taking a sponge and busying herself cleaning some loose sugar off the counter, but it's obvious that something's off. I'm not sure what to do. It's so rare that Juliet's the one who seems uncomfortable. In fact, this is the only time I can think of. Other than when I first met her, of course, when I sort of tried to steal that painting. She had a kid, didn't she? Or was expecting a kid, at least. And then something happened and she doesn't anymore. That's my guess. Yeah. The sponge stops moving, Juliet's shoulders slumping as she gives up trying to work. I feel a little bad for making her act so oddly. Oh, I don't want to end it on this conversation. I should have just ended it earlier. Fuck. She turned back. She turns back toward me, taking a breath before she continues. Her eyes don't look at me though; they're looking past me. Lifespans. Vampire versus human lifespans. Oh, fuck. Once Juliet finishes speaking, I let out a breath I don't remember holding. Just as when she first started speaking, her gaze is still fixed on an empty wall somewhere above my head. Just like when Aspen gets sucked into one of her books, I can tell that Juliet's mind is somewhere else entirely. And the painting is of her. I'm assuming. Her gaze returns to me, to the world that we're in now. She gives a little smile, but it looks fragile. Juliet regards me with a strange look, similar to earlier with the elemental. It's not that she looks angry, but like she's thinking about something very hard. I stare back, not sure what else to do or what I might have said wrong. Like always, her expression soon softens. They're gonna go to a gravesite. As Juliet leaves, I watch her go. It might just be me, but it seemed like she left in a hurry after saying all that. Maybe she and Cosette had an argument about something, or maybe she just didn't want me to meet the other people in her life. I'm probably just imagining it. The way she talks about Cosette is so different to the way I've heard Juliet talk about anything else or anyone else. I can tell she cares a lot about her. Hopefully, it'll make more sense tomorrow after I get to meet her. When I finally decide to head up to my room, I take the wagon back first as promised. I have to pick it up and carry it to get it up the stairs, but fortunately, it's not that heavy, even with my blanket bunched up inside. Once I get to the second floor, I put it down and drag it the rest of the way to the storage room. After pushing the wagon into the empty spot, I take a proper look around now that I know what this room actually contains. More than just toys, I also spot racks of clothes and stacks of books and all kinds of other belongings. The whole room is pretty packed. Slowly making my way back to the door, I carefully maneuver between the rocking horse and a dollhouse, taking care not to step on anything or knock it over. Taking one last peek around before I head to my own room, I get the feeling that there's nothing missing from Cosette's childhood in here. I can't say for sure, but it certainly seems like Juliet hasn't let anything go. And with that, it is time to go. So, that was certainly something. It's a bit laggy because I'm opening stuff. But hello, camera, thank you. There we go. Alright. I'm just gonna end for today. And I'm going to keep with how it was last time and just have this music to end. So, thank you everybody so much for coming by. Hope you all have a wonderful time zone. Make sure you take care of yourself, drink some water, get some rest, all that good stuff. And I'll see you on Monday for more. Bye.